company in Maracaibo. Citroen indicated to, what's that word?
It's spelled, I think that's their contact.
Okay. A friend that he took a picture with Hitler not too long ago, but did not show the photograph. He also stated that Hitler left Colombia for Argentina around January of 1955. Citroen, imagine he survived 10 fucking years. That would be so crazy.
It's very possible.
Whoa!
Wow. I mean, that's kind of Hitler, no?
Whoa!
People used to really dress back.
Whoa!
You know? People really did dress.
Okay, if
It's a formality.
if that's a real photo, that's crazy. Does anybody else run that through AI? And what is AI doing to achieve that image?
It could have, I mean,
It's just got really good.
Yeah, for plausible deniability, I would go, it could think it's Hitler and just
make it Hitler?
Made it Hitler. The other guy doesn't really look like that.
Well, why is the mustache like less defined in the second photo? Like, looks like shit. He'd be like, this is not how they do it.
But he looks very young there, Hitler.
Right.
Hitler looks great there.
Yeah, well, he's getting that Argentinian beef.
Yeah.
Probably a lot of, adrenochrome down there, too.
I mean, this is one of those situations where it's like...
Let me zoom in on the face again. I'm not sure if that's good.
It's so hard.
The AI just did this, but it doesn't have to be real.
Right.
We don't know if it's real or not.
I would go assume it's not.
If it is real, Hitler looks great.
The face looks slightly different than Hitler, though, doesn't it?
I guess so, but I mean, maybe he lost weight.
Maybe just the
skin
guy
looks
like,
better.
really committing to that mustache because nobody else would.
There's also a chance Hitler was very relaxed in Argentina and kind of Colombia. It's kind of like the South American way of life.
Yeah.
The siestas, kind of a nap, the large meal in the middle of the day.
Yeah, go to a photo.
It looks a lot like Hitler, like kind of a retired Hitler who's relaxed.
Yeah, 10 years later.
You know?
But he doesn't look 10 years older. That's the problem that I have with it.
35, so I don't know.
Right.
He doesn't look 20 years old.
So that speaks from 35 up in the left corner. Yeah. What amazing stuff with that stupid mustache. Like, why do
It
you
was
like
his,
that
but it's
stupid
his call.
mustache?
It's his calling card. It was his thing. Some people just they get a thing. It's,
But do you know why they went with that mustache?
No.
Because the gas mask.
Oh,
So if you want to have a seal over your face, so the Nazis were the first to use gas in warfare. And when you have to wear the gas mask, you want a tight seal. You can't have a big old fucking
so that makes sense.
handlebar mustache.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
So he just kept the stash.
yeah.
He kept it.
I think that's why he had that mustache. I think that's the thing.
I bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know that that gas was created by Fritz Haber, who also created the Haber method for extracting nitrogen from the air, which is responsible for 50% of the world's fertilizer? Yeah, he was.
Is that called the Cyclone B or no?
Yes. Well,
Yes.
Zyklon A was the gas that was originally used where you could smell it.
Yes.
And the idea of the smell was supposed to let you know that this is dangerous, get the fuck away from it.
Right.
Zyklon B, they took the smell out so that they could gas the
have
Jews. So this guy created this gas that they were going to use in World War I, and he was being wanted for crimes against humanity. At the same time, he was going to win a Nobel Prize for creating the Haber method for extracting nitrogen. Yeah. 50% of the, supposedly 50% of the nitrogen in everyone's body today comes from the Haber method.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's crazy. The story's crazy.
It's an interesting. It's like two roads diverged in a way.
Yeah.
One of them is fertilizer.
Not only that, he was Jewish. And so he wound up having to flee because they accepted him at first. Hey, this is the guy that gave us the gas. And they're like, no, he's a Jew. And so eventually he had to take off. And so he died of heart failure while he was fleeing.
So they made him flee because he was
Jewish.
He was Jewish.
Yeah.
He was ripping them off on the gas.
It was gouging. It was gas gouging.
You don't think he was like, I'm the only one that can do this? I'm the only one. The margins are reasonable.
Oh, the whole story's crazy.
It is a crazy
His
story.
wife hated what he was doing, and she committed suicide in front of him. And she was
Dramatic.
still alive, but shot herself. And then he left the wife with his 13-year-old son to go to the front line.
Wow.
Yeah.
To fight with the Allies.
Well, to make sure that his gas gets implemented properly with these giant fans.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it was the first time they'd ever utilized that. Yeah, and supposedly that's where Hitler developed the love of that mustache. Because in order to have that gas mask to survive the gas, you have to have a tight seal on your face.
It's such a... These little snapshots into, just like, again, from the mustache to the gas mask, it's so crazy.
Mm-hmm.
The little snapshots.
Yeah.
They had a better name.
He used a false identity, which Citron specified as Adolf Schrittelmeyer. His account was supported by a photograph taken by the residents. Yeah, but the problem is when you change your first name, everybody forgets. If all of a sudden you became Mark, and I was like, oh, sorry, Tim. It's too complicated. But if you became Tim Wilson, I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
just change your last name. That's not Tim Dillon, that's Tim Wilson.
And you
You get a new head.
You get a new head.
like the Osborne girl,
yeah,
and you can just blend right in.
I'd go to Peter Thiel's Satan conference with a whole new head. He doesn't know who it is. He doesn't know who's sitting there for
You should
4
just
parts.
go and wear a burqa.
I should go to the Peter Thiel Satan lecture in a burqa.
Well, you can't get in; it's sold out.
It's sold out and it's private.
Well, imagine buying a ticket to that. Like, what do you want to do? You want to go to the movies? No. You want to go see a concert?
Right.
I don't know. Peter Thiel's giving a lecture on the Antichrist.
It's clearly such a odd attempt at positioning whatever you want to do. We're trying to fight the Antichrist. This is what I
Or
think he's
he
doing.
has very esoteric interests, and this is just one of them. Like, if you're worth that amount of money and you're doing really into weird stuff, like, I don't know why he brought me over the house to meet Eric Von Daniken, but I was not that influential back then. I was not someone that you would have on the radar as being the guy who was going to affect presidential campaigns.
Yeah.
I was a MMA commentator who was a dirty comedian who talked shit on the internet.
Right.
Like, that was it. And I had Eric on my podcast before, and that's how Eric and I became friends. And he knew that I had a deep interest in, and I've read Von Daniken's book, I've watched his documentary, and I know that a lot of that stuff is being debunked. And that's one of the reasons why they wanted to be able to bring me over to ask him questions. And, Von Daniken is a true believer of a lot of that stuff. And I used to think he was totally wrong, and now I don't. Like, if I interviewed him again today, I would have a different perspective. Because I used to think that the idea that we were visited by ancient aliens and that aliens helped them build the pyramids and all this stuff like that, I used to think that's all silly. What's really going on is there was a collapse of a very sophisticated civilization because of some sort of cataclysmic disaster. And then we're trying to make sense of this without an understanding of what their technology is. Now, I think both might be true.
Yeah, that's also, it seems there's more interest now in the UAP phenomenon than there's ever been.
There's a lot of that, but I also think that's because, look, if you've been in charge of back engineering spaceships, so you've been in charge of lying to Congress and misappropriating funds in order to have the amount of money that you would need to do this stuff. And then through all of this, you've achieved substantial gains in whether it's fiber optics or whatever the technology that you back engineered, where you figured out how to make something that's like completely spectacular. You're in a situation where as transparency becomes more and more of the norm. Like, one of the things that's going to happen with AI and then most certainly with quantum computing is all decryption, all encryption, all hiding, all that stuff goes away. It becomes a real problem with resources because almost all money is just ones and zeros. So, like, who's got access to it, who does, it's going to be nuts. Like, solving all that's going to be nuts. But also, hiding information is going to be virtually impossible. And if there's people that know eventually at one point in time they're going to have to pay the toll, right? So we've got to get ahead of this. And the best way to get ahead of this is like this Age of Disclosure documentary. One of the things that all these spooks, all these like former, deep state guys who are now whistleblowers. I'm doing air quotes with my fingers for people just listening. They all talk about amnesty. This is the secret to all this stuff. The secret to the only way you're going to be able to do all this is you got to give amnesty for all the people that committed all these crimes, because the general public needs to know that this stuff exists. That's right. Yeah. So I don't know if that's the case, but I do know the historical accounts of us being visited are very consistent, and they've been going on forever.
Big dog.
I have no experience. I have nothing. I've never seen anything.
How did you hear about me, dog? Can you hear me? Executor. Executor. You're just gonna sit there like that and just not talk? Dog, did you find out about me from Kick? That's all I want to know. Oh yeah, Rabbi, I did. Owner of Elias. Wrath something. Ma, phantom, nail, feral, mute, fractured drain, cut wire, grunge, spine, glings, shard flesh. Not for sure if these are used incorrectly. Alright, cool, man. Do you know about Kick? Oh, I hope you know about Kick. Like, oh yeah, I saw your post. It inspired me. You're like, oh, tight, dog. That was sick. Did you just sit there and not talk? Loser. Dog, how'd your fantasy football team do today? Mine, out of nowhere, had the best week that we've had. Man, go fuck yourself. Probably play the Hurricane 8 or some shit. Where's the YX or some shit? Where's person? Her. Everybody, I'm executed. I suck. Oh, they've been a member here for a long time. But they just joined. Truck log. Can't talk. I hope Andy Letterman listens to Timos and just has a whole fucking playlist. Do you want her to get with Brendan Shop? Fuck no. That girl's too good for him. What about Joanna? What would you tell Joanna? Go pack your bags and run. Take him for half. Go back to Guadalajara and live a nice life. You're not going to be famous unless I make you famous. And she'd probably be like, yeah, I mean, I've got 3 kids with this douchebag, and what do you want me to do? You want me to just straight up leave him? I mean, I can, but then what? Truck walk. I can't talk. Don't walk me to my truck. Now, I'll walk Annie Letterman to a truck. For sure.
Why?
Fucking Jewish hoe. All day long. Walk me to my truck. Truck walk. I can't talk. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move.
Except on a few things, but I'm not sober. I've never seen it, right? So it's all anecdotal to me. I've never held a piece of something that, oh my God, this is from another world. But my friend Jesse Michaels just went down to Peru, and they did all these medical scans of these tridactyl mummies, and they're not fake. Whatever the fuck these things are in the fetal position, they have all the ligaments and tendons. Their heads are huge. They look like a fucking alien. They have 3 fingers and 3 toes, and there's a few of them. They're like 3 feet tall, and these things are 1,700 years old, and they look exactly like all these things that people claim to see when they get abducted by aliens. Not only that, they're in Peru, which is the home of many of these monolithic, huge megastructure sites like Machu Picchu, and
a lot of the legends come out of there too.
Yeah, but also the Nazca lines, like immense artwork that you could only see from the sky. Yeah. Also, all their artwork, like they have ancient artwork depicting 3-fingered, 3-toed beings with big heads and big eyes.
Yeah.
What the fuck is all this stuff? What is all this stuff? It's got to be something. And so my approach to it, because Jamie and I just talked about this yesterday. We go back and forth on the alien thing. I think some of it's probably real, and I think it might be where Egypt springs from, where the sub-Saharan Africa, like this whole thing where they think that maybe that was the center of Atlantis. That was right. Why were they so much more sophisticated than anybody else? How did they develop these kind of? How old are these goddamn structures? No one really knows. They're just guessing because it's stone.
Why does it feel like right now there seems to be a renewed interest in this stuff? Is it just the technology? Is it the internet? There are more people. There's more documentaries. There's more pop culture
for UAP stuff.
Yeah. Is it? Are we ahead of some kind of disclosure, or are we? What is why is this happening now?
Well, I think the New York Times in 2017 opened the dam. That was the big thing. When they published on the front page of the New York Times this story about UAPs with credible accounts. You know, I had Gary Nolan on the podcast recently, and one of the things he said is they have radar of that Tic Tac thing from 2004. Where it goes from sea level to 50,000 feet in less than a second. He said, assuming this thing weighed 2 tons, which is like, a regular car, it would take all of the energy that the United States produces in a year to achieve that. To go that fast with a 4,000-pound thing. Yeah. To go from 0 to 50,000 feet in less than a second. That's how much energy it would take to do that. That's real.
It's real. Yeah, no,
that's what's insane. Weird. Like, that's radar.
And you've had Ross Coulthard on, that guy?
No, I've not.
He's an interesting guy from Australia. They talk about stuff like this, and it's just, what's really hard about this stuff is you can never, it's a nebulous,
Exactly.
Because, we can talk about the CIA, we can talk about all these things that are provable and exist, and there's names and dates and things, and you could go, they manufactured this, or they, With this stuff, we're talking about government agencies without a name, or a name that's unknown to us, in locales we've never been, in underground cities. It's all very speculative for my taste. I don't doubt that some level of it happens, obviously. But we're talking about, I don't know how to even approach it. There's so many people talking about it that probably have no idea what they're talking about. It's so hard.
A lot of schizophrenics
A
involved.
lot of schizophrenics.
A lot of people that are just complete scam artists that are lying about having been abducted. There's a lot of ego involved. People want to be special. They want to be the type of person that the aliens are really interested in. You know,
It's hard.
it's hard. And again, with no personal experience. But then when you talk to people that have had personal experiences, it's very odd how compelling they are.
I bet.
And they don't seem kooky. Like I talked to this guy, Travis Walton. He was abducted in the 1970s in the forests of Arizona. He doesn't seem crazy. He doesn't seem like a liar.
I bet he's not.
Yeah. Bob Lazar doesn't seem crazy. Doesn't seem like a liar. And not only that, but a lot of things that Bob Lazar said turned out to be true. In, I think it was 1989, when George Knapp first interviewed him on television, he was hiding his face, but he was talking about Area S4. Area 51 wasn't even confirmed back then. That wasn't something that they really confirmed. The government didn't confirm it until they tried to expand the boundaries of Area 51 in the Obama administration because too many people were going out there and filming things.
Right.
So they had to go, no, the place where you can't go is way further because you fucking assholes have good telescopes.
Right.
So he was talking about something that was completely unknown to the general public because it wasn't even just Area 51. It was Site 4. It was S4. And he talked about this place that now we know for sure they were doing these black ops, these black funded programs where they were creating military vehicles and they were flying people in and out of that area.
And who's doing it? This is a level of, we would imagine this is like military intelligence that is not...
No oversight.
No oversight.
Yeah, no oversight.
President really doesn't know. Congress doesn't know.
Have you ever listened to, have you ever watched the Jeremy Corbell documentary on Lazar?
No.
You should watch it.
I would like to.
Fucking crazy.
Is it there? Is it
It's
Netflix,
on Amazon,
YouTube?
Netflix.
Amazon.
It's on probably all those things.
Because that's the thing about me. It's like Congress doesn't know, President doesn't know. And then there's a lot of CIA stuff where they don't know about this. But this feels like another subterranean layer that very few people know.
Yes. And the way you're going to get these things done, like if you do have something, you have to back engineer it. Who do you bring in? Well, you bring military contractors in. They make jets, right? They make spaceships. Like, those are the people you bring in. You're not going to just get your...
And they sign a bunch of documents, and they don't say anything, and they're surveilled to make sure they don't say anything.
Exactly.
And if they say something, you kill them.
So the Lazar story was he worked for what is the lab in New Mexico? What's that place that? Why am I forgetting the name? The place that Lazar worked for in New Mexico. God damn it.
Los Alamos?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Why am I? So he worked at Los Alamos Labs. They denied that he worked there, but he was actually on the employee roster. And there's articles in New Mexico in one of the local newspapers about Lazar being a genius who put a jet engine on the back of a Honda. Like he was a crazy propulsions guy. That was what he was interested in. That's what he clearly a brilliant guy. When you talk to him and you listen to him talk, but clearly brilliant. And so they brought him to Area S4 and they said, figure this thing out. And they had this spaceship that was sitting in a hangar. And they had an American flag sticker on it. And he said his initial thought was, oh, that's what's going on. So all these people that are seeing this thing, this is ours.
Right.
It's okay. Makes sense. Then he started looking around it. He started getting, first of all, he said it was 3D printed or something. It didn't have any seams. And then it's not designed for human beings. It's designed for something that's 3 feet tall. And it doesn't have any controls inside. So there's some sort of a connection between the mind of whatever the fuck is running it and this thing. And then it had some very bizarre generator inside of it that he said used an element that was unknown. This element was called element 115. They have a stable version of this element. They bombard it with radiation, and it creates this sort of gravity force that allows it to bend space and time instead of using a traditional propulsion system.
Right.
So this element wasn't even proven until somewhere in the 2000s with the Large Hadron Collider. So they got a very glimpse of this element. So now this element is a real element, but we don't have a stable version of it. But supposedly Lazar did, and one of the things that they allege is that he escaped Area S4 with a piece of this stable element, and that he's been hiding this forever. So one of the things he did with George Knapp was he made a video demonstrating how this element bends space and time around it.
Right.
And it's like,
I gotta watch that doc. It is interesting. It's the one area I've never gotten super into. It's very difficult.
the Corbell documentary is excellent. It's
very difficult.
It got me way back into UFOs.
Yeah.
I was ready to dismiss him again. I'm like,
ready to leave.
I'm back. But that's what supposedly it looks like. That thing right there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's the sport craft.
And that's what transported Hitler to
Argentina. Well, that's where it gets weird too.
Yeah.
Because the Nazis were very interested in advanced technology.
Very interested in the
cult. Yeah.
All of these big constellations of power are interested in the cult.
Why is that?
No idea.
Probably because I feel like that evil and good are real things.
And that they can pull for sure. And I also think that they they're interested in sources of power. That seems to be something they're interested in, sources of power.
Yeah, and back in the 40s, people still they probably completely believed that sorcery was real.
That's right.
Some way to use spells and powers. And if you're trying to run the world like the Nazis were, and you're on meth too.
You're on meth and you're trying to run the world. That's amazing. They had no idea that it was just all of the stuff, the witches and everything they believed, it was just so that Chris Jenner could get a third head. Thank you so much.
My
As
pleasure,
always,
brother.
it's
It's always
fun.
great to hang with you. Always.
I'll see you tonight.
Yes, we're gonna have fun tonight at the club. That should be a good time.
Awesome.
Ron White's gonna be there.
Yes, love it.
We're gonna party.
We're gonna have fun.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Thank you again.
My pleasure.
We'll talk soon.
All right. Bye, everybody.
I can't talk. Don't want me in my truck. I'm in my truck. I can't talk. Can't walk in my truck. Walk me to my truck. Can't talk. Dog. History. History, Derek. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Well, I'm out, Chug. Chug, wow.
The Joe Rogan
I can't talk.
Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
My Chug.
All day.
My Chug, wow.
Ben, so excited to talk to you, man. I have been so looking forward to this.
The fuck
Since I
is
saw
this?
your video on the labyrinths in Egypt,
Are you fucking
Spoiler
serious?
there
Nobody does that shit.
appears to be a
This shit
40-meter
is so
long
hard.
metallic tic-tac shaped object. How deep into the ground?
It's in that. So it's in the central
I can't
atrium, which we'll get into what that is,
Are you
but
fucking
somewhere in the
serious?
realm of 60, 70 meters.
What
so
is this bullshit?
what's that in feet? Like 200 feet, 150
Well,
to
do my
180
job.
feet down,
And
something like that.
So,
Chug,
for
wow.
anybody who's interested, what is the name of that video that you
I
put
can't
out?
talk.
I think it's the ancient structure, like it's said to be greater than the pyramids. I try to tease it a little bit, but
Timos.
it's on that. It's on my channel. I mean,
Well, it was a good tease. You got me.
Timos.
thank you.
I dove right in, and I remember I was in the gym while I was watching it, and I literally stopped working out. I was like, okay, I
10
gotta pause
minutes.
this. This is not something that I can consume while I'm
Shut
working
up.
out. I need to really pay attention to this. 'Cause
Shut
it's so
up.
wild.
Yeah, and I honestly,
Again,
I'm
talk.
grateful for how that video took off. For me, it took off way bigger than ones that I've done in the past. I talked about the labyrinth in the past,
I can't talk.
and it's a much longer video.
Girl,
And
walk me to
I
my
was really glad to get the chance
Walk
to
me to
dive
my
into these
truck,
details because
walk.
I've been wanting to revisit the
I can't
labyrinth for a
talk.
long time.
Girl,
However,
walk
there's
me to
just
my
been
truck.
recently a bunch of
No,
data
no one
that
gives
came
a
up
shit about
things
your
that happened
shit.
a decade or two
Worse.
ago, or inside the last
Shit.
decade, that really changed that picture. And there was things like the Merlin Burroughs scans that correlated other scans and also reported on. Yeah, there seems to be a metallic
well,
object down there. And this isn't sort of crazy emerging science. This is a legitimate company that is using technology that's been well established.
I mean, I just
in
wish the internet.
defense,
There's
and in the UK defense, it came out of the UK military.
$1
Technology that's been more or less proven. So, and the guy that Tim Akers, rest in peace, unfortunately, he's since passed, but he, you know, what he said about this object, like he is a credible guy to say this. He doesn't draw conclusions about what it might be, but it's definitely, it's not wood, it's not stone, it's metal. It's not unlike other metal that he's seen, although they couldn't classify what exact type of metal it is. But he said, yeah, there is in this central atrium, because the labyrinth has multiple levels, and it's almost like imagine yourself standing in a shopping mall, and you have that central atrium where you can see all these levels, and it's like this big central chamber that connects to these multiple levels. It's open, it's at least 40 meters long, it's really tall, and in the center of it is what's more than 40, because it contains this single sort of 40 meter long object that's sitting there.
So how did you find out about the labyrinth? Like, this is something that has been talked about for a long time. Yeah,
I fucking Tyreek Hill this bitch.
No one.
I Tyreek Hill this bitch.
In any like traditional archaeology books, it's not. Is it?
Yeah. No, it is. So the labyrinth is kind of this is the other part that drew me to it. Is that it isn't something that's coming out of left field, right? It's not like this, no one ever heard of this before. It's literally a structure that was written about extensively over hundreds of years in antiquity by authors like Herodotus, Diodorus Siculus, Pliny the Elder, Strabo, Polonius Melo. Like there's all of these writers of antiquity, and you're talking about time frames from like 500 BC up to the 1st century AD, had visited it, and they'd written about it and talked about it, and they gave it this legend. You know, guys like Herodotus said that it surpasses the pyramids in grandeur, and then you have
that's
this is from Herodotus' Histories in the 5th century BC, and he says, "For this I saw myself, and I found it greater than words can say. For if one should put together and reckon up all the buildings and all the great works produced by the Hellenes, the Greeks, they would prove to be inferior in labour and expense to this labyrinth." So he's saying that all of the temples of the Greeks, of ancient Greece, you've been there, you've seen the Acropolis, and just if you added them all up, the labour to produce them would be inferior in what it would take to just make this one thing in Egypt, the labyrinth.
That is underground.
That's underground, right.
How do conventional archaeologists approach this? Do they discuss this at all?
Yeah, so they do. It's been discussed. Basically, what happened was, so you had... we always kind of knew where it was. So, you know, you have the classical authors of antiquity, which coincides with what you might call the Ptolemaic period of ancient Egypt. It's the transition from like dynastic Egypt into becoming essentially a Roman province, like an imperial province of Rome. And that runs you up to about, 400-500 AD. And then sort of civilization, we have the Dark Ages, sort of have Roman Empire collapses. And it's not until, again, you get to the Renaissance and you have artists and other authors are looking at these historical accounts and they're talking about it, they're drawing it. Some of the depictions you see from the labyrinth are in that. And then, again, not until the emergence of what I would call modern archaeology in the 18th century. So guys like Carl Lepsius in the 1700s started to look at these accounts and go and survey the place where they said it was. So, Herodotus and these authors, I selected the quotes here to just, there's a lot more that they say about it. But one of the things they talk about is they kind of give descriptions of where it is. They say it's near what was called Lake Moiris. And it's near a city that was the temple of the crocodiles, Crocodilopolis, or ancient Arsinoe is the other name for it. And we know where that is. And Lake Moiris sort of somewhat still exists. It's much smaller now, but it's in this region called the Fayum of Egypt. So if you ever look at Egypt on a map, you can imagine it's desert, and you have from north to south, you have this green line of the Nile. Traces it down, but on the left side you look at, there's this leaf-shaped depression that's all green. It's called the Fayum. It's a depression which used to flood with the Nile. Today they use it for agriculture, and it's right at that neck of the Fayum where it connects up to the Nile Valley. And he also described it. They also described the pyramid that's at the site, because there is the pyramid to Amenemhat III on that site. So they give us all these descriptors, and everyone kind of agreed, so it's at this place called Hawara, where I've been to several times. There's still a pyramid there, and there's these great fields of sand and like little open-air libraries with chunks of stone. And what happened was, Carl Lepsius went there, And he said, well, I've discovered the ruins of like a Roman town. It's built on the surface. There's nothing crazy about it. Flinders Petrie was the guy who kind of got the closest. Now, Petrie went there in the late 1800s and early 1900s. And he was excavating. He dug down 7 or 8 meters. He got down and he found this massive stone slab of Benton plaster that was huge, like 1,000 feet long. Like it was he sort of traced the edges of it. He's like, I'm standing on the foundation of the labyrinth. So what he said is like, it's all gone. Like it's basically, Petrie said, it's been quarried. This place has been a source of stone for literally millennia. So it's gone. So pretty much everyone since then in archaeology, Egyptology is like, and if you look on Wikipedia, they'll tell you, oh, it's gone. It was destroyed. It was quarried away. Petrie says, you know, I'm standing on the foundation of it, the bottom layer, and that's it. There's nothing here. And so that's always been kind of the position of Orthodox Egyptology. Looking at textbooks, that's where it is. But that's all changed because there's been a whole bunch of different now scientific expeditions there. This is where it gets into some intrigue because the Matterhorn expedition, the Cairo University expedition, I mean, these happened. Their results have come out since, but they were covered up at the time. They were suppressed. So the first guy to
What year was this?
2008 was the Matterhorn
They
expedition.
were covered up.
Yes.
This ep-
Yeah. So
is
what
this our boy Zabawi?
Yeah, it is.
Zahi? Sorry.
It was,
I
and,
called him
look,
Zawi.
and again, not my words. This is the words of Louis de Cordier, he's a Belgian artist and entrepreneur who funded and drove the Matterhorn expedition. He did it in conjunction with the Supreme Council of Antiquities, which at the time was helmed by Zahi Hawass. Also with the NRIAG, which is the National Research Institute for like basically subsurface studies. So that's those guys dragging that box around. So they used a whole bunch of different techniques to look at these areas around that pyramid at the site of Hawara, things like ground-penetrating radar, geomagnetism, very low frequency, like seismic tomography, electrical resistivity tomography. There's a bunch of different techniques that are well established. Known science. This isn't like the cuff scan stuff, where it's like you can debate the merits of the technology. This is established technology. And they found the labyrinth. And what he found is that, yes, so what Lepsius said about the ruins of a Roman or Greek or Persian town with mud bricks and stuff, yep, that's there in the first few meters. You go down, then you hit the water table. So that's the other issue on this side is the water table. So the water's at like 5 meters below the surface. And under that is the slab that Petrie found. So like 6-7 meters is at that huge slab that Petrie found that he thought was the foundation. And then below that, Petrie didn't dig deep enough. Below that, we can find essentially a labyrinthian structure of granite and very, very dense rocks and walls and like a maze-like structure that has walls that are meters thick. There's another great slide in there that's the green and it's the actual VLF right. That's it there. So yeah, so this is at 8 meters with VLF sounding, so you can see like this labyrinthian structure of these walls and all of these lines and walls. And these are like granite, and the scale of this, it's 100 meters vertically by 150 meters.
100 meters tall.
Well, no, so
Vertically?
so the y-axis, I guess, of this. So we're looking down in the ground here, but you've got to look at the scale. Like across the top, that's 150 meters, right? So, I mean, like 450 feet. So these are big walls.
So
it's big chambers and big walls.
For people that almost like a football field.
Yeah, it's a football field. Well, it's more. I mean,
100
I mean,
meters.
in Australia, it's like 100 meters is the football field, I think. I don't know how big.
Yeah,
Pretty
what's
close
100 yards? What is the difference between 100 yards and 100 meters?
It's 100 yards is a little less. A little less. So 150 meters, and this is only a section of the labyrinth. They scanned 2 sections. The labyrinth itself is said to be much, much larger than this. So they found.
Much larger than that.
Oh, that's huge. Yeah, no, it
What is the
extends.
overall structure?
It's like 1,000 feet at least. Like 3, 4, 5 times that size. I mean, you have to go back to we have some better indication with the more modern space-based scans now, but when they did the geophysical, like the ground-penetrating radar scan, so they scanned 2 areas. That was the bigger one, like in front of the pyramid, then they did another one on the other side of the canal that runs through the site today, and they found it on both sides. So that's the difference between like what we say about the lab, like what the textbooks will tell you about the labyrinth, it not being there and it being destroyed to, no, we've actually, now there's been the Matterhorn expedition, confirmed it was there, and so what happened, this was interesting, and I have, I think, reasoning for why this happened, but it was covered up, and these are the words, like, Louis de Cordier, he eventually got sick of waiting, because what happens in Egypt, anything you do, whether it's you're an academic institution or you're an individual or a group that's funding some sort of expedition, you work with the Council of Antiquities today, it's the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. But they essentially, it takes years to get access. And then once you do that, they control the release of information. So it's always part of the deal, right? It's that Egypt gets to do the announcing, and if and when they choose.
And they have dismissed things in the past that they then accepted later.
Yeah, a great example is the Scan Pyramids project. So they got ahead of themselves a little bit. This is the muon detection, the cosmic ray detection stuff. They've been running that experiment for years at Giza in the Great Pyramid. They and every time I go in there, there's always different sets of equipment at different places on it. But these muon detectors, they have them under the ground and in the ground gallery, and it just takes years to collect data. Occasionally, these cosmic particles, they'll pick one up, and you're able to detect voids. Or, they can somehow tell the difference between it traveling through solid matter versus a void. It takes years to build up a resolute picture. But once they did, they said, oh, okay, so we've discovered that big void in the pyramid, but they'd also discovered the small void at the main entrance. If you look up at it today, there's those chevron blocks. Like above, you go in down here at the Al Mamoun's tunnel, but at the top where the descending passage actually exits the pyramid, the original entrance, there's these big chevron blocks, and behind that's that chamber. So you remember a few years ago they made a big fuss. And as an example, like when the Scan Pyramids guys on their own initiative announced that we've made these discoveries, Dahi basically came out and said, this is bullshit, this doesn't exist. There's nothing there, and if there is something there, we knew about it already. and you go on a couple of years, and then now it's time to do the press releases and to roll out the footage. Who's standing at the podium making the announcement and showing that Zahi's doing it. Like
Fascinating situation over there with them.
Yes, I did a video. I just released it a few days ago. That got into some even more intrigue about stuff that's happened at Giza at the Giza Plateau in the 1990s, which we can get into that too. But what happened with the Matterhorn expedition and the labyrinth was that 2008 and 9 they finished their on-site work. They're ready to release the data. They put on a very small public lecture at Ghent University in Belgium. No one really attended it. And then they got told to start, and again, in the words of Louis de Cordier, because he waited like 2 or 3 years and then he put this out there, he said that he was told to cease any and all discussion or release of information from the Matterhorn project, and him and his team members were threatened with national security sanctions from Egypt, which means that I think it's a Lola, like if you come to Egypt, we'll arrest you, and if not, then maybe we'll come and get you. I don't know. It's a national security sanction.
Isn't there a way to sort of massage that situation and to talk to Zahi and say, listen, you can be the guy who found this?
That would have been the case. I think that was a given if it had been released. I actually think in the case, so it's funny, I kind of don't really blame him so much. I think this was a political decision, not so, I mean, people say, you're telling the truth and whatever. Yeah, okay, that's happening. There's new data. There's an amazing find that changed the world. In my opinion, honestly, the labyrinth is the biggest archaeological discovery of the millennium. When we get into what that structure is and how big it is and the way it's reported in antiquity, there's nothing bigger than, like, Herodotus says it surpasses the pyramids. Like, it's like finding more Giza, like the Giza Plateau somewhere. Like
under the ground.
Under the ground. Like, you can't, I just think it would be the biggest discovery of the millennium, which is part of the problem. Because I think, unfortunately, in Egypt, and this is just my intuition and my sort of read of the situation, what's happened is that the reality is the groundwater level is rising, right? So it's kind of attacking that part of the site. At least the higher levels of the labyrinth for sure are suffering in this salted groundwater, right? It is going to slowly erode because that groundwater's come way up. We know it's come way up because Flinders Petrie, back in the late 18th, early 19th century, actually got in to under the pyramid. You can't today, if you go to that pyramid, there is a passage you can go down. You can go down a few steps and just throw a pebble. It's just water and debris and mud.
So this water table, it has risen slowly over?
No, since the 1960s, since they built the dam. So it's the high dam. So what happened? This is the problem, right? So you've got all these factors. It's where it is. So it's Hawara, the neck to the foam. Now Egypt, I love Egypt. I go to Egypt a couple times a year every year, and fantastic place. But they are they're food poor in terms of, like, they're the net biggest importer of wheat. They need all the agriculture they can get. The Fayum is a huge agricultural area. There's a huge irrigation canal called the Barwabi Canal that's been cut in there in like the 1840s. Same guy built the Suez Canal, made it, cuts it in there. So you've got this situation of like, all right, we've got all this agriculture happening. We've got farmers' water rights messing with this, and it happens to be running through this ancient site that could be the biggest discovery of our time. And it's happening because we built a dam on the Nile. And what happened with the high dam in the 60s, like there's a low dam the British built in like 1901, 1902. Then they actually partnered with the Soviet Union to build this high dam. There's actually still a monument to Egyptian-Soviet Union friendship at the dam. It's pretty cool. But when they built that high dam, it essentially stops that yearly cycle of inundation of the Nile. So everyone, we always talk about the Nile flooding, right? Every year that it rains in Africa in the south, you get this huge flood that comes up the Nile, and it floods out, and you get this deposit of black mud and real fertile ground, and they would use that to farm. They built the dam. You get rid of that yearly cycle, right? And what happens, it seems counterintuitive because people are like, well, it's less water in the Nile. Well, no, what the dam did was eliminate the 9-month dry season. So you had the 3-month wet season, but then you don't have that 9-month dry season now. So you have essentially more water for more time in the Nile, which is having this effect of rising the water table. So you combine that with the size of Hawara and the project, the scope of the project to try and remediate and save or excavate, start working at the labyrinth. I mean, you're talking like, it's not an easy problem to solve in an area that size to try and get the water out, divert the farmers' water, deal with all of those problems, and then. So what I think the options you might have been left with here is like, well, it's either going to cost us an absolute bomb to try and do this for like, we don't know what sort of gain. It's probably a decade before that place is suitable for tourism. There's not much to see there even now. Or we basically say we've discovered it, but we're not going to do anything about it because it's too expensive, and you're going to face a lot of international criticism for that. So I think that the decision was likely made, in my opinion, complete speculation, that it's just easier to brush this under the table. This never happened. We never discovered this. This doesn't exist. Let's just go on selling tickets on the Giza Plateau and pumping water out to the Fayum for agriculture.
How short-sighted. Now, when you say millions, were you going to say dollars, or were you going to say gallons of water?
No, dollars. I mean, I think the remediation project at Hawara would not be it's not a simple thing. And in fact, they did there was another expedition after the Matterhorn expedition this was 2009. Cairo University, along with a Polish university, went out there to try and figure out what is the deal with the groundwater. Where's it coming from? Like what direction? And what they were doing geological test pits and all these boreholes to figure out the water situation. According to them, that information was also covered up because they also did ground penetrating radar surveys, also confirmed the labyrinth. The guy who was in charge of that in Cairo University was actually put in jail again, this is on their report when the information finally came out in 2017. He lost his job, obviously, as part of it. So they covered that up too. But they had tried
to. Put him in jail for what?
I guess for working on the site. Like, I don't know. I don't know the reason. It's on their report, though. That's what they say, is that he was jailed because they allegedly halted the project and then put the guy in jail. This is what they say on the report from that expedition, that work, which came out like a decade after they'd done it. And I dig it up on the internet. I'm like, well, this is interesting because their results are interesting, but even after their work, their conclusion was, well, the water's a very complicated problem. It's coming from a couple different directions. Northeast is the shallowest, like it's coming in from this way, but it's also coming from another direction. They'd have to dig a lot more test holes in a wider area to really figure it out. And I think you'd have to start digging like remediation wells, put in pumps and just try and pump that down. If not, canal and trench that whole thing out like a massive site. And then you can start to worry about, all right, we're going to get some dirt out, start to excavate.
Could it be done without interrupting the farmers?
Probably. Yeah, I mean, I think we could do it. I think that you can divert and move the Barwabi Canal out of the way if you had to. I just think
someone needs to like holler at Jeff Bezos.
Someone
with some deep pockets.
Yeah.
Like, don't you want to know?
Yeah, you want to know? I want to know.
Yeah.
Well, the crazy thing is too is that according to because the story doesn't end there. Like when you get into the modern space-based scans, Merlin Burrows and the GeoScan stuff, and I know that also I've met the guys from the Cuffray project. They are going to scan that site. We talked to them about it recently at Cosmic Summit, and then I think what they're saying so far is that the lower levels, like because this thing goes down, like I said, to nearly 100 meters. There's reported like levels down to 300 feet under the ground, and it seems like they might be free of water. So it's just like shallow groundwater. And once you get into the bedrock, and it's not a porous stone or whatever's underneath, just the top level sediment, it seems like Tim Akers said it looks like it's free of water. So the very bottom layers seem to be free of it.
So the actual labyrinth, very bottom layers.
The labyrinth is multiple levels at least. So we know
it's possible that they could somehow or another from the side dig a tunnel
potentially
below everything.
If you could,
below the water.
Yeah, you'd have to dig a deep tunnel. You could. I mean, that's also an option. Is to try if you actually believe and you go with these scans, you know where that atrium is, we could probably try and get down there and just line a tunnel somehow and get down. That would be epic if we did that in our lifetime. I would love to see it. It'd be incredible.
It seems like a terrible travesty if they don't.
I agree, which is the reason I made that video in the first place. I wanted to draw attention to the labyrinth because it's just, I think it is like the biggest opportunity for us. Like in terms of massive discoveries in the ancient world, I can't think of anything that's bigger than that. I know the Cuffray scan stuff is super interesting. The claims are wild, but this is like known about. Like this has been talked about, and then it's been confirmed with multiple scans. You had Matahar expedition. You had Cairo University. I think it was Wrocław. I'm butchering that. The Polish university. Then you had GeoScan team, which was Klaus Doner, a friend of his who runs this German GeoScan space-based satellite thing. It's like a mathematical, statistical approach. I kind of use it to determine the elemental composition of stars is the best explanation I have. However, they have a track record of being able to find things like water and oil and gold under the ground. So they've been using that as a company for like people to go basically survey and then go dig, and they've done 3 or 4 of these and they're, okay, this is where you said it was. They scanned the labyrinth. They were the first space-based scan to come out and talk about it. Then you had Merlin Burrows, which is this ex-UK military technology that's very similar in technique to the Cuffray scan guys. So they use synthetic aperture radar or Doppler tomography. These guys are using like high-frequency orbital imaging with seismic data. So it's very similar in the way they're essentially, the description I was told is it's like imagine dropping pebbles into a container of water. And if you could instantly freeze that container and lift it out and shine a light from underneath it, when you look at it on the top, you can see those ripples in 3 dimensions, but you're looking at it on a 2D scan kind of thing, and you can interpret them to show you the topography of whatever's in that 3-dimensional space. It's something similar to that. So
technology, fucking awesome,
dude. It is.
It's so awesome.
It's wild.
It's so awesome that they just have the ability to do that. And look at that. Beyond the Cuffray stuff, which I don't want to get disappointed. So I look at that like it's too great. It's too amazing. It's too spectacular.
It's a huge time. Yeah.
And if it's true, oh boy, does that change everything about everything.
I'm in the camp of want to believe. Trust me. I mean,
I'm sure you are.
But I'm not. But I don't. I mean, I was skeptical initially when it came out. I've since certainly come around on the technique, on the promise of the technology. My skepticism probably still exists in the layer between the scans as I've seen them and then the interpretations of the results.
The 3D,
exactly.
Yeah, what their interpretations of it are a little weird. It's because you don't really have a crystal clear view of what this thing is, and you're making it look like it's some sort of a Tesla coil or whatever it is, like
giant cubes with these 4 tunnels. Yeah, I look at. We'll see, and I want to get into like the Osiris shaft because that's another thing that I just recently put a video out about these other scans that have happened in the 90s, confirming that have since kind of been confirmed by the Cuffray scan team works. But yeah, at the labyrinth at least, the interesting thing to me that happened with these 2 wildly different techniques, right? So you have the GeoScan, which is a statistical mathematical approach, space-based still, but then you have Merlin Burrows, which is a similar technique to the Cuffray scan group. And it was used, I mean, just so this is what Tim Akers would tell you, it was used to detect submarines. They would look at like surface patterns on the water, and they were using it to basically track submarines under the water. So that's its origins, at least in the military, as far as I know. It's like the non-classified part of it, is what he said. At least reported to have said, I should say.
Are there ancient artistic depictions?
Yeah. I mean, not ancient, but certainly Renaissance periods, and it's I think some of it's symbolic, but we do get a lot of descriptions from those authors. So, for example, Herodotus talks about it being, 1,500 rooms on one level. Total of, he said there's 2 levels. He saw one level. He wasn't allowed to go to the lower level. He said that there's 3,000 rooms in total, and not just rooms, but also courts, massive open courts. These are like
Herodotus didn't have access?
Not to the bottom level, according to him. But Diodorus Siculus did. Like that, these guys talk about. Like Siculus said that you needed a guide. You would get lost down there for days if you didn't have a guide who knew his way around. And then you have the similar accounts from Pliny the Elder, and again these once you get accounts coming from multiple people over the span of centuries that are from different civilizations, both Roman and Greek, and they're correlating. It's like it's pretty reliable data at this point. Certainly in history or in archaeology, that's your measure for like, all right, there's a grain of truth in this, given that we've got the same thing coming from these different accounts that are essentially different civilizations that visited the same place. And what they say is astonishing. But all of them talk about there being hundreds, if not thousands, of rooms and twisting chambers, and then also giant open courts that might have 40 columns to a side, and all of it being done with just spectacular craftsmanship. Yeah, this is Diodorus Siculus, 1st century BC, talking about that, in respect of carving and other works of craftsmanship, they left no room for their successors to surpass them. He's saying that this is phenomenal work. And in the sacred enclosure, one found a temple surrounded by columns 40 to each side, and this building had a roof made of a single stone, carved with panels and richly adorned with excellent hangings. So 40 to a side, that's 80.
And how was this even lit?
Well, that's always a good question. That's a core question when you get into any of these subterranean spaces like the Serapeum. It's always, there's no soot,
right.
We don't know. The answer is we don't know. It wasn't with flame. Like, I don't think it was with flame. And then,
so you guys go back to Strabo's depiction. In addition to these things, there is the edifice of the labyrinth, which is a building quite equal to the pyramids, a great palace made of many palaces, for such is the number of, how's it word? Peristyle courts, which lie contiguous with one another. Before the entrances there lie what might be called hidden chambers, which are long and many in number, and have paths running through one another which twist and turn, so that no one can enter or leave any court without a guide.
Yeah. So you had Siculus's account of one of those courts being 80 columns, like 40 to a side, and there was 12 of them, at least 12 of them in there. Yeah, so it's absolutely crazy. So you have, 3,000 rooms, 12 gigantic courts. Diodorus talks about the roof being made of a single stone. I very much doubt that, but what I think he's describing is the craftsmanship that you see in those real megalithic buildings in Egypt where you can't see the joints.
And here, Pliny the Elder, who lived between 23 and 79 CE, which is current time. So he's saying 3,600 years ago this was constructed according to tradition.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah. So
that predates the pyramids.
Yeah, by a long way. Yeah. He's Allegedly.
Yeah.
Right. Well, if you go with the orthodox date of the pyramid, sure.
Right.
He says that, so essentially 3,600 BC, that it was built according to the tradition at the time, 3,600 years.
So with the conventional dating of the pyramids, that's more than 1,000 years earlier.
About 1,000 years, yeah. A little less maybe.
And the conventional dating,
it's questionable. I mean, so even the carbon dating on the pyramids doesn't quite match the conventional dating. It's a little earlier than that. So
what is the carbon dating from?
So they got some mortar in the carbon dating.
What is that?
What with the date?
Yeah.
So I believe it's like a wide range, but it's like several hundred years, like 200 years prior to what they would say is the time of Khufu, of Cheops, the ruler in the 4th dynasty. Certainly on the Great Pyramid, at least.
And what is the room for error when they do carbon dating?
Well, it depends on the samples, and there's a lot of specifics, but it could be plus minus 20, 30, 50, 100 years. It depends. I think the they did multiple samples. I believe it's less than that, so that they're pretty firm that the date is earlier. So it's kind of a critical. I mean, there's a bunch of people that have talked about the fact that the archaeologists, the Egyptologists don't really reference that date because it kind of messes up their timeline a little bit. It's not thousands of years, it's hundreds of years, so the explanation tends to be, well, it was old wood. It's like it's the ash that gets mixed into the mortar as the source for the carbon, and they're saying, well, maybe they just burnt really old trees.
That's very convenient.
Right, it becomes convenient, yeah.
And, well, all of it's convenient, which gets really weird, because we know that they did some enhancements to the pyramid. Like, they refurbished some things.
Exactly.
And so that's the problem. It's like, you refurbished what, and how long was it there before you refurbished it?
Indeed. I think I don't discount the carbon dating. I think what you can say from the carbon dating firmly is that it shows that these pyramids were being worked on. If you can't, I don't think you can make the jump to say this is when they were built. You have to infer and say that I think this is when they were certainly being worked on in that period. So I think it's possible that dynastic Egyptians could have finished the pyramids. They may not have been entirely pyramids originally. I think there's a strong chance that there were multiple phases of construction over a long time for them to end up being what they are in our time. I think those are all possibilities here, because this is the whole, when you take a step back and look at the whole picture of ancient Egypt, I mean, just you cannot attribute everything that we see in ancient Egypt to our current understanding of those dynastic Egyptians, their capabilities, their tools, their writings, and what we know about them. We know an awful lot. Like they do, we have tools from the ancient Egyptian toolbox. We found them. We have depictions shown on walls of how they did things. They were very good about documenting them. So we have the tools, we have the depictions. We also have lots and lots of artifacts that match those tools and depictions, right? We've got these what are clearly handmade artifacts, and it uses across all the categories of artifacts, from things like stonework, columns, obelisks, and vases, boxes, pyramids even. And then you have this other category of artifacts that doesn't match, it can't be explained by these tools and techniques. And there's no depictions on walls of how they made the precision artifacts. There's no.
Can you give me an example of these precision artifacts?
Of course, yeah, and any category. I have it in that Tale of Two Industries, the directory, Jamie, on there. It's the vases are probably the best example. They're a smoking gun example of it.
It's a 3D printed one.
Yeah, so these to me. I mean, this is why the vase project was so. I mean, to me, quite validating when it came up. Yeah, so
that wheel thing.
Yeah, the schist disc.
Yeah.
So these are the smoking gun because they connect to everything else, and we're learning so much about the precision of these things. However, but we could start with statues or boxes or columns. It doesn't really matter. There are two categories across all of these artifacts. And the advanced category, again, so you can't really make them with the tools that the ancient Egyptians were that they were using, that we found. They don't show there's no scenes of building stone pyramids. There's no scene of them making giant statues, like 1,000-ton statues. This is the type of thing that you see on the wall, and this is in the Tomb of the Nobles up in the West Bank at Luxor. And here they're building mud bricks. So they're firing mud bricks over the fire. You see them, they're pouring them, they're shaping them, they're carrying them. It's all very relatively primitive. And we know they made mud brick pyramids, they made mud brick ramps, and some of the mud bricks were big and heavy. But we know all about this. What you don't see is the stone pyramid building, the really massive megalith stuff. The next slide with the vases is a good example. This is what I've been calling the Tale of Two Industries. It's a whole theory that I've been putting together for the last few years. Again, you have a primitive industry that is clearly observably handmade. It lacks precision and symmetry. We found the tools, the Egyptians drew the scenes, the artifacts matched the tools and techniques, and then you have this advanced industry, visibly sophisticated, usually very hard stone is the other characteristic. The primitive stuff is usually softer stone, although not always. These artifacts, as we're doing analysis on them, are showing this depth of precision and complexity that's phenomenal. The vases this is where they become a smoking gun to this whole argument.
Can you, for people that don't know about this stuff, can you just give them some numbers on what?
Sure. So yeah, the vases go back to pre-dynastic times. It's there's no debate that these are pre-dynastic. They predate what we would call the dynastic civilization. And over the last few years, we've been starting to analyze them. We, the vase scan team, various groups of people now, have been scanning these with modern technology, LiDAR scanning, like laser scanning, even CT X-ray scanning. And basically they're coming back with precision in terms of circularity, flatness, like centering, numbers that are very much equate to some of the best industrial processes that we do today in things like aerospace industry. So where it's really important to be within 2 or 3 or 4 thousandths of an inch of perfection for like the parts we make for jet engines or rocket engines. Those are the numbers that we're seeing come back on a lot of these vessels. Not all of them, again. I don't want to say this is true for all of them. It's not. It's true for a lot of them, though. And this is, again, the levels of precision that are not visible to the naked eye. I mean, you're talking human hair, like a sheet of printer paper is like 6 or 7 thousandths of an inch thick. A human hair is 2 to 3 or 4 thousandths thick, and you're seeing sometimes tolerances even lower than that. So it's not something you can feel or see or touch, but we see it again and again. And the only way we can achieve those sort of tolerances today is with very advanced machines. 3D 5-axis mills, really high precision lathes, CAD, like computer controlled equipment.
The problem with the lathe, though, is the handles on the
Right. So yeah, if you get into it, so this is the issue with this, and one of the craziest things about, and this is the OG vase, the original granite vase. This is the one that started it all. It's one of the more precise ones. And yeah, you can imagine without the handles, you could lathe it if you're spinning it. But if you had the handles, if you wanted these handles, you would have to leave a ball nose that runs all the way around it, and then come back with a different process, a different tool to remove that space, that is basically the space between the handles off the body.
And you don't see a lack of symmetry in those spaces.
Well, precision. So this is the thing. So when we do that today, it's called, you basically lose some positional calibration on your tool. So we account for that in the way we do industrial design of these sorts of parts. So we know that we're going to lose a little bit of precision when we change tools and process, right? So we account for that, but you don't see that on this. When we did, I went back and we did analysis of this area of the vase body in between the handles, and there's no drop in precision relative to the rest of the vessel. So that means one of two things. One option is, okay, they could handle that that loss of positional calibration better than we can, or it wasn't done on a lathe and it was done in what you would call a single pass with a single tool. And the only way you can do that is is with a tool with 5 axes of freedom. So now you're talking about a 5-axis CNC mill, like one of those computer-controlled things that can just cut it out in basically one pass, but without changing tools and process.
With incredibly hard stuff.
And that's the other challenge with this stuff, and there's some samples of the stone there in front of you from vessels. These are actual pieces from vessels. Yeah, I got a private collector. This piece, at least 5,000-6,000 years. I think it's potentially quite older, and we can get into how old I think. But so that's the other challenge that is rarely talked about, is the material. Like these things are made from granite, diorite, rock crystal. That thing's rock crystal, basically quartz.
It feels so hard.
It's insanely hard. Yeah, all these different. Oh yeah, it's like I have a granite mortar and pestle at home. This big heavy thing. It's like I don't need to protect it from anything. Right. I have to protect my counters from it, because if it's going to destroy anything it hits. So that's the other. It's translucent. You hold a light up to it. Even the rock crystal one's translucent. So that one gets down to about 2 millimeters thickness, just under the lip. Yeah, you put a phone light on it, you see it comes right through it. And so with granite and with diorite, and particularly granite, it's essentially a conglomerate, right? So it's not a material that's homogeneous. So inside of granite, you've got silica and hornblende and mica and all these different quartz, and it's the pattern. Hence the pattern, but also almost microscopically, it changes hardness. You know what I mean? So some of that stuff is less hard than other bits, and it's the way. Granite takes millions of years and heat and pressure to bond those things together atomically, and that's the stone we get when it pops up out on the bedrock and we mine it. But it just means that when you're machining a material like granite, your tooltip is going from stuff that's really hard to softer to hard, and it's like you have to account for that. Yet we see this, you feel the surface of it. It's phenomenally well polished and finished. I mean, if you were doing this today with a lot of modern tooltips, you'd be ripping chunks of quartz out rather than cutting them. So something that the actual tooltip that made these things we know is also very refined, because this is a very difficult substance to choose to work in. No stone sculptor chooses to work in granite unless that's what the project calls for. There's a reason they use marble, is that it's both much softer and it's homogeneous. Like, it's the same material. It doesn't vary in hardness wildly. So making these sort of precision things and objects out of stuff like granite and getting it down to 2 millimeters thick, like that other piece near the lip. And there's even examples that get even thinner than that. Flinders Petrie talked about a diorite vessel that was 1/40th of an inch thick. He called it the thickness of stout playing card. Yeah, this is it here. That's about 2 millimeters thick. That one's one of Matt Bell's vases. It's probably my favorite. It's like typically called the thin wall vase. It's a phenomenal piece. I'm amazed it's actually survived this long, because that's one of the rare few delicate ones. You could break that because it's so thin. Because again, with this type of stone, it gets really brittle. It's like glass, like a cube of glass. Bang that on anything. Right. Thin glass shatters. Same as the stone. Yet they do this again and again and again. And
how do we know that this is pre-dynastic?
Well, from where they're found. I mean, they're literally found in pre-dynastic burials. This is why the vases are so important to me. And why I think they're the smoking gun. It's one of the big reasons is that they're incontrovertibly pre-dynastic, because they've been found in burials that are 100% pre-dynastic. Nakata culture, Nakata 2. You can go to any museum that has a reasonable collection of these and find them in the pre-dynastic section all over. There's no debate. Like, they're found in these burials, and they carbon date the burials, or they culture date them, reference date them to periods of thousands of years prior to the dynastic Egyptian civilization. There's good evidence that they may even stretch back as far as 12 to 14,000 BC, that they're in burials that go back that far in like southern Egypt, northern Sudan area. Yeah, it's crazy, and it's a lot of those burials, unfortunately, today are underwater because of the dam that created like NASA. But either way, people will debate how far back they go. It's just not controversial at all to say that they are pre-dynastic, 100%. And I think the reason is that they're this size, right? You can bury this with you. If you have it and you can be buried with it, you can't do that with a 1,000-ton statue. It stays on the site. And then maybe someone down the road writes his name on it, like Ramses II, or somebody carves his name into it. And then we come along thousands of years later and say, oh, Ramses II's name's on that. Therefore, he must have had it made. I mean, That's essentially one of the core principles of Egyptology. They do use the writing primarily as a source, not the only source, but they do. And the vases, what's the problem with even dating them to those pre-dynastic settlements is that there is nothing about those cultures that indicates they have this capability. Nakata culture, and even the ones like Toshka, these older ones, pretty similar in that you're talking like the burials are often like shallow, fetal position graves. You find these precision hard stone objects with fishbone cones, sticks and stones, very primitive hand-thrown pottery, not even thrown, just hand-formed pottery. No other stonework. I've seen antique dealers that are selling these vases, because there's a lot of these in the private market and in private possession, because of their size and their availability, and it's how many there were. Because there's hundreds.
Are they illegal to possess?
No.
So you could get a hold of one of those?
Yeah.
Easily?
Yeah, I know collectors with like 80, 90 of them, 100 of them.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they're on. They come up for sale.
Is that many of them available?
I would say today there's easily over 100,000 hard stone vessels for sure. I mean, they found 50,000 of them in one spot. Like, that's the famous discovery of the Step Pyramid. But yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot. I think there are even more. Like, if this was an industry, like that's the other key. And a lot of these are semi-exotic types of stone too. We don't know where the stone came from.
It's not local.
In a lot of cases, no. There's lapis lazuli artifacts that are pre-dynastic, and there's no known quarry for lapis in Egypt. The closest one's Afghanistan.
What?
Right. Yeah. Well,
How far is Afghanistan from Egypt?
No, I mean, must be. It's right over on the other side of the Middle East, I think, isn't it? It's over towards Yeah, it's up towards Russia and China. It's
Show that image again.
Yeah.
That you just pulled up.
So there's the phone. There's Egypt. So Turkey, Afghanistan over here, Uzbekistan, over here, like on the other side of Saudi Arabia and Iran. So you've got to go all the way from Iran.
Oh my God!
So that's the nearest lapis quarry. I mean, look, this is not a problem restricted to the vases either. There's a box in the Osiris shaft, which is more the box itself. Just they say it's fourth dynasty. It's made from a stone called dacite, and again, there's no known quarry in Egypt for dacite. This happens a lot. So it's almost
back to that image, Sammy, please. Yeah. There's one of the things that freaks me out about the map is when you go out, it looks like it was washed over.
Oh, 100%. Yeah,
100%.
I've talked a lot with Randall about
Look
this.
at that. Like, go back out again. Look at that below it.
Yeah, the Sahara.
That's exactly what it looks like. It looks washed out.
It is. That's what it is.
Yeah, but that's crazy.
It is.
Like, how much water washed that out? And how else would you get what looks exactly like a water washout? How else would those features be on the surface?
It's a
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some of those are mountains and mountain ranges, but I can tell you in the desert, not so much. There are mountains.
That just looks like channels. It just looks like an insane amount of water literally washed over the area and smoothed it out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a massive amount of evidence for for giant floods through the Nile Valley as well, not just across the Sahara, but I mean, Petrie was talking about he was up on cliffs, and finding water lines and flint points and stuff that were indicative of massive floods. This is Hawara. Yeah, this is the labyrinth. So there's the canal. You see, that's the canal. I've been talking to Barwabi Canal.
It's so crazy that when you get to like sub-Saharan Africa, like how little of that has been explored, and how much of that was like insanely green and fertile.
Not that long ago. Well, certainly not yet. I mean,
thousands of years ago.
Well, it's interesting. I did this long video on the erosional features of the Giza Plateau because last year, 2024, they released a paper that I think some geologists, I can't remember the names unfortunately, but they talked about the fact that there was all of the valley temples. So these pyramid, on all these pyramids that are on what you would call Lower Egypt, so Giza, Abu Rawash, Abu Sir, Saqqara, Maidun. The pyramids aren't just a pyramid; it's a pyramid complex. So it's like you have a pyramid, you've got a structure in front of it, you've got this causeway that runs down to what they would call a valley temple, a structure that's the end of the causeway. So that's the well-known valley temple that's next to the Sphinx is the valley temple for the middle pyramid. Like it's connected by this causeway. Man, they figured out that during the African humid period, which ended thousands of years before dynastic Egypt ever started, there was a branch of the river Nile called the Aramat branch that ran exactly where all of these valley temples are. So it's like it's almost, I just look at it and go, these were built for that water source, because I think it's I'm very skeptical about the idea of all of these valley temples, particularly the one, the Giza Plateau, being used as harbors for like a couple months a year to transport all these blocks from the quarry in Aswan. Again, 600 miles away, right, for all the granite. And there's tens of thousands of tons, hundreds of thousands of tons of granite on that plateau that had to be transported. I don't think there's the depth there. I've seen pictures and photographs in early times pre-dam when the Nile flooded. There's not that much water there. However, during the African humid period, which ended at the latest 6000 BC, it stretches back thousands and thousands of years before that, that's when the Sahara was a savanna. You had river basins and lakes, like lakes and rivers. You had much more rainfall, and it wasn't this flood situation. It wasn't this annual inundation. There was just rainfall, and there was enough water in that Nile Valley to support this Aramat branch of the Nile, which was said to be like a mile or 2 miles wide in some places. So really not like an insignificant waterway. But it was high, and it was running, and they traced the path of this Aramat branch, and it turns out all of these valley temples from these pyramid complexes are on its banks. And it's like it's flooding, it's like there all the time. And this period ends, and you get the desertification of the Sahara starting around 6,500, 6,000 BC. And so, it's not like until you get 5,000 and 4,000, 4,500 BC, 3,000 BC. That's when that's 3,100 BC is kind of when you say the Egyptian civilization started. So it doesn't make sense to me that if they built these valley temples and all these structures in like 2,800 BC, I mean, you would build it where the river is. Like the river was way down there at that point. Yeah, and so
what is the response to this?
Well, I just put it in my. I mean,
does anybody try to debunk it?
No, it's a peer-reviewed scientific study. This is what happens with a lot of these papers. You'll see this it happens in genetics and the DNA studies that have been done too. These other scientists will not really step on the toes of the archaeologists or the historians, right? They'll present the data, but stop from inferring what it could mean for the picture of history.
Got it. So
that seems to be left
throw
up
the data out there and go, you guys figure it out.
Yeah, pretty much, and they just hands
and
off.
The archaeologists say, we're not going to touch it.
Yeah, they ignore it usually. They don't care. It's left to like rogue scholars and idiots like me on YouTube, people that write books to really try and put the pieces together.
God, there's a YouTube.
Dude,
right?
I know.
I mean, thank God there's a place where a video like yours can get millions of views, where so many people all around the world can watch that and go, wait, what's going on down there? Like, who really knows? And why are they so sure? Like, why are they so arrogant in their ideas? Because it's very clear that there's not a like we know Civil War ended in 1865, right? It's like it's all written down. Everybody knows people were alive. There's like photographs of the soldiers. We're pretty accurate with that.
Yeah.
You get to fucking 6,000 BC, man. You're just guessing.
Yeah. It's yes. The further back you go, the much hazy. You can't tell.
Evidence.
There is way less evidence.
Yeah, and it's also. It scares them because something like that, if you really do find advanced structures that are at 6,000 BC, well, before Göbekli Tepe, we didn't even know that was even possible.
Right.
And that's that famous conversation that happened with Robert Schoch and that really arrogant archaeologist.
Mark Lehner.
Yes, he's laughing. Like, why would you laugh about ancient history, first of all? What ancient civilizations are... Is that guy still alive?
Lehner? Yeah, show me the potsherds.
He must feel so stupid now.
Well, yeah.
After Göbekli Tepe. Like, someone should show him that video and go, why are you laughing? Because this is just human ego. Yeah. This is human ego on display for the world. You want to be the gatekeepers of this information. You want to be the one person or the person that represents this group of human beings that are the scholars, that have published work, that have taught at universities, and you're the only ones. You're the only ones that know the ancient history of Earth, despite the fact that there's people like yourself and Graham Hancock and all, who've spent a lot of time, and they're very careful about what they say, and spent a lot of time investigating this. And they just want to dismiss those people because they don't have the proper credentials or like what are you talking about?
Well, I think yes, that's exactly what's happening. I think it is as a result of the fact that the conversation is getting out of their hands, right? One of the things I admire so much about the people who started this, what we would call archaeological or Egyptological space, guys like Flinders Petrie, they're very open about what they didn't know. Like one of my Petrie would he talks about the machining marks, and you can read between the lines at the wonder at what he's finding. He's like, I don't get it. We can't do it. We don't know how they did it. And this is, I think, because the conversation's happening in those halls of, the academic halls or the geographical club or whatever these peers, doesn't get out. And so that slowly changes with the rise of initially like alternative authors, which best represented by Graham Hancock, a friend of mine as well. And he, his books, and they start to gain in popularity. And now the people in the academic halls of residence that are typically considered the authority are seeing this conversation get out of hand. And now you get to YouTube where, it's to some extent, I think it is possible to do an end run around what they're saying. And I do watch people, and there are guys like Flint that are trying to embrace the new media space and try and get on podcasts. And, if you read the SAA journals and articles, the Society of American Archaeology, they're literally writing to themselves saying, how can we become more popular in this space, and how do we start podcasts and get into it?
The problem is they're still doing it the same way.
They are, and it's
like when CNN journalists get fired from CNN and start a podcast, and everybody's like, no, you're doing CNN outside of CNN. That's what they're doing. They're doing academia, which is like gatekeeping of information, and also like pejoratives, mocking, really shitty behavior towards anyone who's outside of it, including calling them racist, calling them white supremacists. It's so dumb. It's so dumb because one of the dumbest parts about it is, no matter what, those are the people that lived in Africa. So no matter what, whoever built that is people that lived in Africa.
They were
so
African.
Shut the fuck up. Like, the white supremacy thing makes no sense.
Yeah, it's right. I mean,
it's Africans.
It's Africans.
100. But that's the people that were living there. If humans made it, if you're not in the alien camp, which is a bizarre camp, but if you're not in I'm in the ancient civilization, incredibly advanced, cataclysmic disaster, wipes them out, civilization takes a long time to rebuild, finds the remnants of these ancient civilizations, and then sort of claims them over generations. After 1,000 years, nobody really knows who fucking built it, and then this is where I think we find ourselves. That's where I'm at. But if you're in that camp, you're talking about Africans. Yeah, so all these shitty things they do just show their hand. Just show what they're really all about. What you're really all about is silencing anything that really throws a monkey wrench into everything you've been teaching for decades. Like, you've claimed that you're the expert. You've claimed arrogantly that you have all the information when you clearly are wrong.
Absolutely. That is what's happening. It's actually it's a quote that I steal from my friend Christopher Dunn quite happily, which is, you wouldn't trust an archaeologist to design the chair he's sitting on, but if it's an ancient chair, he's going to claim he's the expert on it. Like this, and this is what happens. I had Joseph Wilson on a podcast talk about. I had this great quote from him. He said, just because some engineer's standing there, shining a laser on a vase, don't mistake that for him knowing more about the guy who can read hieroglyphs, because he can read what they wrote about it and he's the authority on it, kind of thing. It's just like, you're just dismissing all of these other disciplines that I think are required for a true and complete picture of trying to assemble this evidence, right? Like, as you said, there's very little evidence that shows us definitively what happened in the dim, dark, distant past, but you've got to try and make the case for it as best you can, and I think we should try and encompass all of the evidence. And one of the disciplines that's missing from that approach is the engineering stuff. It's the precision stuff. It just gets dismissed out of hand, and just because we're not the authority figures on that topic, they ignore it, which is what happens. And then when I
don't know how you can ignore the vases, how you can ignore the statues, the symmetry, the construction of the faces.
It's starting to become a problem. Like, they're trying, and even in the past, when I would guess the mainstream approaches to try and solve, say, some of the machining examples, the tubular drills or the saw cuts, I mean, just when you dig down into them, and the answers that you get and the explanations that are offered are just, they don't hold any water. It's frankly ridiculous. Like,
the issue with this, the drill bits, is the revolutions per minute, right?
I mean,
like
the cores. Well, it's not the revolutions per minute; it's the penetration rate. We don't know
how quickly it does.
So how quickly it penetrates into stone. I suspect that it could have been turning quite slowly, but it's like a 1 in 60 penetration rate is the rate of the spiral groove on the cores that have been analysed, particularly Teacher's core number 7.
1 in 60.
If you unwind that circular motion to a straight line, 60 inches horizontal travel, 1 inch vertical drop, which is 500 times greater than how we do it today with modern diamond tip saws, hole saws, which do turn. So our modern ones, bear in mind, they 900 RPM. They'll cut through granite slowly, but it cuts. I mean, no doubt, it grinds more so than cutting. But unwinding that spiral and looking at, that's what Petrie was first of all like. How is this possible? His numbers got refined a bit by Chris Dunn, but more or less a 1 in 60 penetration rate. So it's very difficult to explain. There are multiple cores like this, and this is the other element that I think the vases are showing us, is that you have a technological link between the vases and these other precision artifacts, the bigger ones that couldn't be buried in these civilizations, that to me suggests that they were made with the same technology. You see the same machining marks, the same tubular drill marks. So on that quartz piece, if you look on the bottom, you can see the on the inside of it, there's no other side. You see the tool mark? There's
right here.
Yeah. So this is that's the tubular drill. So that's a core function of how these vases are made. You would often find.
So this is the bottom.
The bottom. So they cored that thing out and then they snapped it off and polished it down, but they didn't eliminate the full tool mark. And you'll see that in a lot of vases. So we know that these tubular drills were used with the vases as well. And
but no idea the power source, no idea what the material was, the cut.
No. Well,
yeah.
So yeah, the vases it's become interesting. Let me talk about the provenance part first, because that's been the one the pushback on the vases. This is where it's become a problem. Is nobody's really been able to push back on the data, like the scientific and the measurement data that's come out, the precision factor, geometry. There's a whole bunch in the geometry space that indicates that they are designed. They're not just made. They were designed with mathematical and geometric principles in mind. They show pi, they show phi, the golden ratio, Fibonacci sequence, all this sort of stuff is in them. No one's pushing back on that. The major pushback on the vessels in the early days of the vase scan project was that, these are modern fakes or something. Like they're not the real deal because they're not coming from museums. They're modern forgeries. How can you say they're real? So what's happened in the years since, and when I first came on here and talked a little bit about that, that was very much the early days of this project, about 2.5 years ago now. Now, the vase scan, particularly the Artifact Foundation, Adam Young, who started this whole thing, this is a copy of his vase. They've been in now 4 museums around the world. We've scanned close to 100 vessels from inside of museums with impeccable provenance. Those results are starting to come out. They're matching the results that we've found so far. So the provenance thing is that's going away. The people that I think chose to fight on the hill of provenance have died on it now. They are legitimate, and to be fair, you can also find vessels in private collection with impeccable provenance, just as you can find a lot of vessels in museums that they have no idea where they came from. It's not as clear as just, well, if it's in a museum, we can trust it. If it's not, we can't. It's not like that. But what else has happened is that there's the project came out and it gained a lot of interest from really talented people around the world. And there's been several of those. One of the guys that I've been working with a fair bit lately over the last couple of years, a guy named Dr. Max Zamolov, who's a physicist. I believe he taught for 10 years. He's a nuclear physicist, taught for 10 years, I think, at Penn State. He runs his own company now. And he reached out to me and actually took these fragments to his house, and I rolled up to his house in Florida and sitting in his living room with 2 scanning electron microscopes, as you do. Who doesn't have 2 SEMs in their living room? So we started to do things like look at these pieces through a scanning electron microscope to try and find evidence for the materials that we use to cut them. So if these were used with a tool, so the orthodox explanation being, well, it's a copper tube and it's sand or it's some sort of cutting medium and it's spun and ground out, you should find traces of copper or whatever that material was in there. We spent days looking at several pieces, zero copper, didn't find any copper. Nothing at all. The nice scanning electron microscope, not only do you get the magnification, but you can focus a beam of electrons onto a particular spot, and that backscatter of electrons, you can then map out the elemental composition of the material. So
pause it for a second?
Yeah.
Are the oldest tools they found copper?
Yeah, copper and stone.
And what are the dates of the oldest tools?
Well, they go back all the way to the Old Kingdom, 26, 27, 2800 BC. Yeah, it was early days. They were smelting. I mean, obviously, the older tools are stone tools, like flint. I mean, a lot of carving. You can carve stone with harder types of stone. So there was definitely flint and things being used. But there's no evidence, not up until the very later periods of the Egyptian civilization, is there any significant evidence for iron and things like that. It's pretty much copper and bronze, alloys, tin, copper and tin stuff.
So when they analyzed the traces, there's no copper.
We didn't find any copper. We did find some other stuff, which was very interesting. Well, the most interesting thing we did find was titanium.
What?
Titanium and titanium alloys with iron. We found iron, zinc, tin, zircon.
Titanium alloys.
Yeah, so titanium, and it's not. So when you
The
find
term alloy, doesn't that refer to something that has
smelted, right, that's been put together, exactly. In fact, titanium as we know it as a metal doesn't exist naturally. So in nature, it's titanium dioxide that is found in rocks. This was not titanium dioxide that we were looking at, because you see that the SEM gives you the spectrum, right? So you would see oxygen and titanium together. We didn't see that, and in fact, I have a video on this, and we found a piece, actually, like a small, maybe 20, 30 micron wide piece embedded in one of those grooves in a tooltip that looked like an embedded piece. It shines up very brightly. When you see metals on this in the SEM, it's like a bright spot, and you can aim it at it, and it's just straight titanium. It looked like a small piece of a tool that had been wedged in there. And, I mean, looking at in our modern times, I think titanium was discovered even in the late 1800s. It wasn't used outside of laboratories until the 1930s as a material, but there seems to be evidence that there's some titanium used back here. No, I wouldn't. I know Max is trying to work on that. It was not a systematic. We spent days, like a couple of days, and we didn't do like a systematic grid search. Like even in one of those pieces, it would take you a long time to just map it properly,
right?
Like to scan the whole thing. But
it's to play with devil's advocate. Would that be evidence of a lack of a chain of custody, that perhaps someone was
potentially
using titanium to see if they could cut it?
Yes, it could be contamination. So we looked for signs of contamination. This didn't seem like contamination. In fact, at the end of when we finished scanning, we actually he had some titanium dust. Like we put some on one of the pieces and put it in to see what that would look like. Just like a tiny, just like literally a matchstick, and just the tiniest end, and just tapped it, and then looked at that under the microscope to look at what's contaminated. This didn't seem to be contamination. You can't rule it out. We found other types of metals as well.
So it didn't seem to be contamination. What is the reason why it didn't seem to be that?
Well, because it didn't. So we looked at what contamination would look like. So it's like smaller specks where you can actually see the material. The one piece that we found, it seemed to be embedded in the stone. Like it was as if something like this tiniest fragment of a tool, or some sort of, imagine it was a tooltip, wedged itself in the stone and then it stayed there. But it was only like 20 or 30 microns wide. It's pretty big under a scanning electron microscope.
But that was the only piece of titanium?
No, we found other specks of it. And then occasionally it'd be titanium and iron mixed together. And then we also found specks of like zinc, zircon, and tin. And then various combinations. I think it's grounds for more investigation. I think the most significant thing was the no copper thing. Like that's like, all right, no copper. Like that to me was the biggest takeaway. The fact that we found some other elements and pieces of what, let's say, questionable provenance. I know these are legitimate pieces from these vessels. Ideally, the best thing, if we could, I'd love to work with the Egyptians to do something like this, because I know there are fragments of vessels in the step pyramid. There's hundreds, thousands of them down there still. In fact, like the last time we got down to the very bottom level, which there's a special permission required to get into the step pyramid, and then even then they generally won't let you down to the bottom level. There's another ladder and 30 feet down to the big bottom level. It goes down further, but it hits the water table again. But in one of these corners, in this very bottom level, like 150, 200 feet under the step pyramid, we found a wall. And it must have been a collapsed magazine of these vessels. And this is the place where they found 50,000 of them. Originally, Jean-Philippe Loyer in the 1930s found this huge cache of these vessels there. And in this wall, it's an incredible little video. I've not published it. I mean, I do want to talk about it, but you literally see it's like a wall of dirt, not rock, but dirt. And in the wall, there's like fragments of vessels, because it had been a cache of them that a tunnel had collapsed, and it had crushed them. So you got these like pieces of worked granite or diorite or whatever just in the wall. So that would be interesting if you could go down there and like get their permission to say, well, let's sample, because you have then, you've basically got it in its original environment from dynastic Egypt, and put it in a Ziploc or whatever. Just keep it, don't mess with it.
Right, clear chain of
evidence, and then scan it. So I think it's an interesting observation.
I found titanium on that.
Holy shit! Well, I think there's a Russian group that did something similar, and they also found metals. I think they found titanium as well. LAH, the Laboratory of Alternative History.
How is titanium made?
It's a smelting process from titanium dioxide. I don't know the specifics of it, but you have to take that titanium dioxide and I assume smelt it down or do something like it. Again, it took us up until 1930s to use it just anywhere outside of labs. So it's super interesting. But this I wouldn't even say that's the most interesting thing Max found. So he's a crazy dude, an interesting guy. He's doing fusion experiments in his spare bedroom. He's got like this apparatus surrounded by boxes of borax and barium to stop like 10-foot Tesla coil below. So he took. So this sort of ties back to the tool marks. It ties back to a question you asked me when I was here last, which is what's my wildest speculation. I actually have some now, which is based on some evidence in its early days. He has published on this on his website, but he took precision vases. He took base rock samples of the rock that these were made from the place. I actually got him a piece of basalt. He took non-precision vases and he put them in a germanium detector, basically to look at the radioactive and the isotope sort of baseline radiation of these pieces. And it turns out the precision vases are radioactive. They're 2 to 3 times. He's tested several relative to the base rock samples and the non-precision vases. They have 2 to 3 times the thorium decay products in them. All of them so far. And in fact, that piece right there the quartz piece or the crystal piece has a notable cesium-137 signature in it as well. So that's an interesting.
Nuclear titanium.
Could be. I don't know about that. But it's again early days. But he has published it on his website, the findings, and he's obtaining more equipment to do more testing, some more in-depth testing that he will be much more definitive about. He did take some recently to the Petrie Museum in London to test some of their artifacts. But it's a very interesting result. This has to have been something that irradiated these vessels that give them that signature, even after however many thousands of years with the half-life. Again, we're comparing it to the base rock samples and the non-precision bases, which they're just like, that's nothing. And they're not dangerous or anything. It's just above a baseline. But 2 to 3 times. So something happened to them. And one of his hypotheses, which is very interesting, is a concept called nuclear machining. So this is not a new idea. It's not something we've figured out how to do as a civilization yet. We're on that path that if you take his theory is something like palladium or another like radioactive material that is a strong alpha or beta particle emitter that you could put on a tool, it would ablate either in neutrons or it's blasting electrons or something. It would ablate the stone surface away in such a way that you could carve this stone with ease, kind of like a lightsaber, basically, and it would also leave a signature in the stone. And
fuck yeah!
And you take it back to that penetration rate of that spiral tube drill.
Yeah,
it's not all we can say about things like that spiral tube drill and the other striations and tool marks is look, it doesn't seem to be the same thing we do to the stone, and it's certainly not primitive. It's not something you can do just by hand. So,
has anybody the cores? Has anybody tested the radioactive levels of the cores?
I think he might have tested the cores when he was there recently. I'll talk to him. I was talking to him this morning. I can ask him about the core. That's a great question because if it was the process, it should show something similar. If that's indeed the process, the other possibility is they weren't machined with this method, but these were used in some method. The other theory he has that these may have been part of a process for enriching material for some other nuclear use, or they were part of a system that used nuclear material.
They had advanced nuclear science somehow or another. That's just too much. It's not too much, but it's too much. It's too crazy. Yeah. It's so crazy. But also, like when you do see some of the sculptures that look 3D printed, and you go, oh, well, okay, now it kind of at least makes a little sense. Yeah. See, if we knew for sure that there was a cataclysm and a lost civilization, that civilization had achieved some immense heights of technological sophistication in a completely different pathway than we've done in modern times. If we knew that for sure, then everything would be so easy. You'd go, okay, well, clearly they were doing something. What were they doing? But instead, we deny that possibility. So by closing off that door, now you're left with nonsense. You're left with sand and copper, and it's dumb.
I agree. I agree. I think it's
Something fucking crazy happened.
yes. Yes. I think there is that. This is. I try to follow the evidence where it leads. That's all we're doing here with, I'm quoting what Max has said about it with this nuclear machining hypothesis.
And here's
A lot more study needs to happen.
The nuclear machining hypothesis is
always has to be this, right? But it's like, if you look at the history of knowledge and technology, give us 50 years, 1,000 years, 50,000 years. You know that there's more out here to the sides that we're going to learn.
right.
So that means there are realms of science and technology that we don't know anything about. I think if we were a bit more open-minded about investigating some of these mysteries of the past with some of these inexplicable